sound check. Oh, that looks right. Producer is asking for more talking. Here we are. Does it sound all right? Waiting. Listening. Good things. All right. Sorry, we're a little late. Had a busy day today. I'm pretty tired. Went to the gym. Did a bunch of stuff in my garden. I was up at like 6 in the morning. We are making an eggplant lasagna today. We're going to make a smaller one. And we're going to prep a bunch of stuff for tomorrow. I've also got some starter here that is good to make some focaccia. And we have stuff that's proofing in the refrigerator. So we're going to make a focaccia and we're going to have another focaccia going for tomorrow. And then what is there? There's a monkey's gland cocktail, honestly. Just kind of following what Anders Ericsson has been posting lately. And he made a monkey's gland cocktail. But I can do him one better because we can adjust the acid on the orange so the cocktail doesn't need to be so flat. So that'll be nice. And then I got kind of general jardiniere ingredients. And we have a ton of eggplants. And I have some more cabbage. So I was thinking about making a salad. And the flavor inspiration is going to be somewhere between jardiniere and maybe we roast the eggplant and make like a baba ganoush. Baba ganoush jardiniere. Cabbagey slaw thing. But yeah. That's the dealio, yo. So, I got my second try at a ginger bug. I had to start over. I fucked it up. And it went bad. But this one's going a lot better, I think. It is much more bubblier. So that's good. Yeah, and we have a big-ass bag of eggplants. So we're going to try to make use of these. First thing, though, let's do a little Coca-Cola here. And I was at the liquor store, sorry. Freudian slip there. And they had Fernet Branca on sale. I haven't had Fernet for a couple of years. Put some tunes on. There's a new Louison album out. It's a snake-themed album. It's pretty good. Last time I heard it. Louis Zong. Let's see, what is it called? 7 Snake Songs. I think that's a good place to start. And we'll crack this fucker open. Need a little bit of caffeine. Get us going. Everybody loves Fernet. Unless you don't. In which case you need to try it a little more. It's good. Tastes like almost like an Andes mint. Like it's like a chocolate mint. It's like a dark earthiness. Yeah. Fernet's pretty good. Anyways. We've got our stuff here. So basically this is going to start off with me making some spaghetti sauce. Kind of the way we made the spaghetti sauce the last time. Sorry, that's from something else. And I've got some focaccia dough in here. So we're going to let this come up to temp over the course of like an hour and some change. We'll get the rest of this stuff going too. So I've got some of my soda bread from last week. Take some of that, put it over yonder. I swear I had everything all cleaned up earlier. Then I got hungry, you know? So let's start in with our spaghetti sauce here. That's probably a good idea. Let's see. Got a jalapeno. Jalapeno business. Woo! I really want to figure out how to get a camera set up for the smoker. I wonder if I would just put a camera right here and then you could see through the window. So that way we could actually like hook it up to stuff, because otherwise you'd need to like Bluetooth it. And that's not going to work very well. I'd prefer to have a cam link attached to it. Otherwise things will suffer in quality. So maybe that's what we do. I don't know. We'll see. Let's go with this one. Gonna need some wine here. Pick one off the rack. Got a Carmenere. Carmenere. You know, I always called it Carmenere, and then I went to Chile. Did some wine tasting there. And the British guy there insisted that you pronounce it Carmenere, not Carmenere. Motherfucker. I just cut my fingernails the other day. Now I can't open this shit up. Frustrating. Well, time to cut ourselves with a knife.
No, I've been having a hard time opening it.
Yeah?
I'm kind of excited.
Producer has also been having a hard time. Apparently. We like this. If you're in the Pacific Northwest, I'm not sure if this is available in your area, but this Hills sausage, they make some good stuff. And they don't use like a skin casing, they use like a seaweed casing. So I don't need, if it was like a skin casing, which is fine, it's there's nothing wrong with the skin casing. It's just be one of those things where I couldn't just plop them all in here and mash them up. But because the skin can like kind of dissolve, it is very versatile. So they can stay in links, or you can just mash them up, grind them up. Pretty plug and play. And I didn't grab oranges for this. I actually grabbed cuties, so we might actually dial back on the acid. Because I think tangerines are a little more, or mandarins rather, I think they're a little more acidic than your standard orange. Producer, attracted to the mandarins like a moth to a flame. See, I can just mash them up. The casing isn't an issue. I do like a intestine casing because it gives that good snap. If it's eaten as a link, right? I think I appreciate that casing in that context for sure. Get some sausage. Wait for it to heat up. We don't want to heat up our Dutch oven too quickly, or we can fuck up the enamel, which is not fun. All right. We've got some carrots here. I think we'll do the rest of these carrots. This pepper. We'll grab an onion here. Let's grab the older of the onions. And I think we're going to want some garlic as well. So while that's getting browned, we'll do up our mirepoix here. sad little carrot. Do we do more carrot? I think more carrot would be too much carrot. Whatevs. Work with what you got. Whatever. Respectable little pile of shredded carrot here. Oh, I remember something I was gonna do. Almost forgot about that. Best not forget. Okay, there's 7 eggplants in here, and I think 5 will be sufficient. So we'll take 2 of them And I'm thinking about just roasting these fuckers up. Making a little baba ganoush for the base of our salad dressing. I think could be very good. Just huck them on here. Broil them up. All right. And then garlic. Bunch of garlic. We have 4 bulbs of garlic. I wanted to confit some garlic for our focaccia here. Ooh, because then we can use the oil in the focaccia and the garlic in the focaccia. Pretty fucking good. Fucking smart. Not smart. Being dumb. Alright. So we'll just peel garlic forever. You know, I never realized how expensive or not expensive things were in some regards. And eggplant was one of those things. And so my parents would grow eggplant. And then when the eggplant was all grown, we would make eggplant lasagna out of it. But we never made eggplant lasagna like any other time. And then I didn't realize you could just spend like $6 and get, you know, a shitload of eggplant. And so it was one of those things that I just only ever had during a certain time of year. You know, kind of late August, September, maybe even October. So. Went to a plant nursery this past weekend. Got some interesting seeds. Gonna start our nursery up probably tomorrow. Sorry, I just listened to the audiobook of No Country for Old Men. And I got a Texas Way About Me today. let's call this good. This mirepoix. I want to hold off on crushing the garlic until I need to. And then we'll just peel the rest of this garlic for our confit. I believe confit used to mean, cooking something or even storing it in its own fat. Originally for like duck confit, you use the duck fat. Or I guess like carnitas, right? You would use lard, and then you'd cook the pork in the lard, and braise it in its own fat. But now it just means, shallow frying, I guess, at a low temp. I guess, yeah, boiling. Yeah, because you'd be in the boiling range, not the frying range of temp. So. All right, this is making sounds like it wants to move on to the next step. It can go a little bit longer though. Maybe it's about time to move to the next part. That's fine. Pull half of it off the heat. Leave the other half on. I'm trying to get the fat over on one side, the meat over on the other. Easy way to just keep this all in one pan, especially because we're not taking this meat out, doing a bunch of stuff in it. We're just putting some veggies in here and then moving on to the next step with everything in it. So the flavor comes about when the cell walls are broken, and from the point of that chemical interaction, the flavor decays with time. So You got a choice between crushing up a bunch of garlic ahead of time or doing it right then and there. You probably want to do it right then and there. Give it a little chiffonade. Oh, I had no dessert on my mind. Well, that's fine. Totally forgot. Whatevs. We got a bit of an exploratory salad today, so we can focus a little more on that. Should be great. Fernet con coca. Muy bien. I miss the flavor of Fernet. All right. We'll do it on here. That's fine, because we're just going to do that up while we work on some other stuff anyway. Yeah, that'll be fine. Now, last time I put confit garlic in bread, I think I confit it a little too long. So we'll try to go maybe lower and slower and less time, and we want squishy garlic. We don't want crispy garlic, right? Hey, what's up? Doing all right? Making some tasty food today, so we're doing pretty good. Today we're doubling down on garlic and eggplant. So, should be some tasty stuff. How have you been? No, you just got off a shift. Lasagna eggplant sounds amazing. Yeah, so I take the eggplant. It's the Italian eggplant, right? So they're the big globy ones, right? Not the skinny ones. And you peel it, and then you take rounds, and then I baste it in some garlic olive oil, and I just oh, you had your day off. All right, awesome. I baste them in garlic olive oil, and then I broil them. And then we use those instead of noodles in the eggplant. Or in the lasagna. Sorry. It's very good. Yeah, everybody needs a day off. That's for sure. Yeah, I think I prefer eggplant lasagna over regular lasagna. Although I don't know how traditional this is. I think it's probably not very traditional at all. Uh, at least the way I do it, but that's how I was taught, so it's traditional for me. So we're doing up like a spaghetti sauce like I normally do with some Italian sausage, and then after we saute it up and get all the oil going, we kind of put all the meat to one side and the oil to the other side. Are you big on Hunger Games? I mean, I read the first book and I read half of the second book, and I watched some of the movies. Seems fine. I know it was written in first person, so it's kind of an interesting perspective. That's not a very common perspective that books are written in. Are you big on Hunger Games? Unless we're talking about not the... there's like a new book that came out, huh? Hungrier Games. The epilogue. I thought they already like overthrew the whatever thing.
It's prologue or a prequel.
Oh, it's a prequel.
About Haymitch.
About who?
Haymitch.
Haymitch? I don't even remember who that is. It's about Peeta's dad. Foccacia. Haha. It's a prequel. Hi, producer. Yeah, producer is weighing in. I think she was more into the Hunger Games than me. You know, she didn't understand that that Peeta's name was Peeta because his dad, he worked in a bakery, and it was a type of bread. So maybe she isn't that big on Hunger Games. I think she's just more with the pop culture. Like I don't know. She's watching White Lotus right now, and I'm not doing that. I'm like listening to No Country for Old Men and carrying a 50-pound pack to the gym and back. So, yeah, for sure. Oh, okay. See, I haven't even seen all the movies. All right. Here we are. I'm going to turn the heat down a little bit. Getting a little too out over our skis. Time for some tomato paste. Wait, do we have extra tomato paste back here? We do have extra tomato paste. Always use the old tomato paste first. Actually, I think we can just use this and not use that. All right. Are you telling me an egg planted this lasagna? Y'all big on Nintendo? I'm a pretty decent Nintendo person. Thank you, Masked Killer Bot, for commenting. Happy to have you. More like the lasagna had an eggplant. We's pretty good. The new direct, I didn't see the newest one. Is there Toad Professor Puzzle guy? I bet it's about Switch 2, right? They're all talking about the Switch 2. Okay. I don't watch the Nintendo Directs themselves, but I'll watch like Video Game Donkey, or there's another one called Pre-Game Discharge, and they've got pretty good overviews. Basil, parsley. Fucking none of these are labeled. Italian. Okay. Okay, this is the part where I can burn some stuff. I'm just trying to. I'm very hyped for 2 IPs coming back. Awesome. Which would those be? Oh, and secret for making any sort of good spaghetti sauce, use a shitload of Italian seasoning. And then we need to open our bottle of wine. Probably should have done that a little bit ago. It's whatevs. Comes with the territory. I might move this off the heat a little bit. I like this music. What is this? Oh, cool. Rhythm Heaven. Okay. I think I know Rhythm Fever. Patapon. This is a 2013 bottle of wine, so I gotta be a little careful trying to get this cork out. You're gonna end up fucking it up. Let's try that. I think we get better leverage this way. Oh. Haha. Good. Good cork. All right. Something else here that is an interesting 2013 was my saxophone, or sophomore year. Saxophone. Blah. I think it might have been mine too. Yeah, so sometimes you get little gunk in the top of the bottle. And then and that gunk though is tartaric acid. They're tartrates. And that might not be super appealing in a glass of wine, but when it comes to cooking with wine, it's actually something you want. So instead of pouring off the top bit because it's got stuff on it, just pour it into whatever you're making with the wine. And it'll be better for it. So, something else. So we got this Italian sausage and tomato paste and all this seasoning and vegetables kind of cooking down here. And this will go for a little bit. Just wanted to add a little bit of wine right now because it looked like it wasn't taking it very well. All right. And we've got some homegrown, home-canned tomatoes. Yeah, that whole, I was talking about, or taking lead in band. Okay. Did you guys play instruments in school? I played the trumpet. Wine helps me take news better as well. Yeah, that's for sure. Let's try this Carmenere. For some reason, Carmenere always makes me think of like red bell pepper. Like a good red bell pepper. Let's grab. And so this was passata that I canned back in September, and tomatoes I canned in October. Cornet. All right. For sure. You're missing out on that kicker, though. Yeah, you need that third valve slide, or all your D's are too sharp. Ah, dang. All right, confying some garlic. But I did pick up the guitar. All right, cool. I am all for people playing instruments. Instruments are... It's one of those things where once you learn how to teach yourself some stuff, it's like a familiar friend that you can spend your whole life with, right? No matter what happens or which friends bail on something or whatever, I can always, saddle up to a keyboard and have a good time. Work on something. Okay. We're not going to try to do too much oil here, but we're going to need that. We'll use the oil for our salad and the oil for our focaccia here. But I've got all this garlic that is begging to be dropped into here. So we're just going to do that. And we're going to confit this. So that'll take about an hour, which will be perfect timing for some of the stuff here. So yeah, we'll just keep it on like that. Medium heat, medium low even. I picked one up once, then I put it back down. Then I got a bass guitar when I was 15 and attempted to learn. Then it got stuck with my other parent, literally like on the other side of the country. And that would be the extent of my musical escapades. Damn. Bass guitar is fun. I like bass. Slap it a bass. Okay, this needs liquid. So normally I would add a third to half a bottle of wine. We want a lot of wine in the sauce. It adds a lot of complexity. Makes for, you know, something that your dinner guests will never stop talking about if you make this the right way. Les Claypool is a wonderful inspiration. That's a great hero to have. I got a lot of Primus on my workout playlist. We've got passata, and which is just Italian for past. We have passata. And it has certain pump up qualities to it for sure. Yeah, definitely. Doing deadlifts while listening to like Sergeant Baker. Sergeant Baker is my name. Teach you how to play the game of warfare. Okay, and I think this is the extent of my passata experiment. So I don't think I have any more passata up here. But I do have like fucking 15 more quarts of tomatoes, so. I feel like this wants more liquid though. But I don't want to thin it out. All right, well, we have some stuff over here that we can use. I have a can of Cento tomato puree. Let's use that. Have tomatoes in their own juices. I'd make someone a good wife. Thanks. Perhaps I would. So basically, to can those tomatoes, what I did is I blanched them, and then and then you peel the skins, right? And you save all the skins. And I had a bunch of extra cherry tomatoes in my garden and other kinds of tomatoes, but the only ones that were canned whole were the San Marzanos, right? And instead of filling up that jar with water, right? We don't want to water it down. So I made a bunch of passata, which is you take those extra skins and tomatoes and you pass them through a food mill. This thing. It's got a little stand. I didn't pull it out, but it's got this thing, and you basically just pass all the juice through this strainer, and then we fill up with that instead of water, because otherwise we're going to make a shittier product, right? And so that's why I had some canned passata, because I was already making passata, and I made too much, so I just canned it separately. But I think next time I'm going to make a bunch more extra and can it separately, because it's very helpful. And then I added a little bit of basil and garlic in the bottom, and some salt, you know, pretty basic stuff. All right. Okay, I need to open this up because I want to get this pot brimming with sauce. Yeah, you can't tell. It's kind of dark back there, but I got a really big garden. So we do a lot of gardening here. I think that was one of my first streams was I canned tomatoes, actually. It's on YouTube. If you care to watch. Probably not very good. I had a different set of mics back then. Producer was kind enough to get me some new ones. All right. I want to make sure we don't leave any of this. So, and then when you buy whole canned tomatoes, you know, from like Cento or some of these other brands, they won't have tomato water. They'll have, it does say on the whole canned tomatoes, it'll say like Samarzano's tomato puree. So, the deer won't let me grow tomatoes. Ah, ain't that the truth? I live in a town and the deer won't let me have nice things. Yeah. Yeah, deer can be a bit of an issue. They even like eat peppers and stuff. They eat a bunch of stuff in my parents' garden. We don't have that issue around here, but we're lucky in that regard. All right, this is going to be a wonderful sauce, I can tell. And we've got this. Okay, maybe that's a little too hot. So let's turn the heat down. We don't want it frying, right? We don't want this bubbling. We want it like, I want a much more gentler cook, if I can help it. Yeah, because that water escaping like that, that's like a fry. All right. We do have squirrels, yes. Yeah. Sauce is going to be really good, right? So this is our lasagna lubricant, I guess, for lack of a more graceful term. Squirrel problem in our garden. They like to eat the squash flowers. They won't even eat the squash. They'll just take the flowers straight up. And then there's neighbors who feed them a lot of peanuts, and so they'll just bury peanuts in all our raised beds, and then think that that gives them the right to just dig everything up all the time. They were also eating a bunch of my arugula. Yeah, they go around and fuck stuff up. To the extent where my grandma even offered me an animal trap, like a cage, to like capture them and then just drive off with them and drop them off somewhere like a couple miles away. But I don't know how the neighbors are going to take that. I think the neighbors are going to be pretty pissed if their little friends that they're feeding peanuts are being put in cages and driven out of town. See, yeah, I think we wanted to get a cat, but there's like cat rent and stuff, so I don't know. Plus, I've got passion fruit and big barrel planters in the living room right now, and I bet the cat would just shit in that, and then it's gonna be a whole fucking problem. So, do not want that. Anyways, we've got garlic, confit. We've got some. Here, I'm gonna pull out our. Here's a couple of our supplementary eggplant. Do dogs help? My last dog just joined the deer in raiding my garden, so it depends on the dog. Yeah. That sounds really annoying. Okay, we want it perhaps just a little squishier than this. But that's pretty good. we're going to want a whole setup here for our... We're basically going to make a little assembly line, or like doing batch cookies, kind of. That's going to be the scenario here soon. All right. More garlic to peel. Would you like to help? Would you peel all of the garlic? Just this. Perfect. Producer is helping. They are indeed eggplant. So we got a bunch of extra eggplant. So I'm roasting these ones for... I'm going to make a salad with like a baba ganoush style sauce. So that's what those are going to be for. And it has been... It's almost 8. Those are... Oh. It is active. It's alive. Even. All right, let's see the consistency of our garlic here. We want something squishy, not squishy. Well, let's prep some of our regular eggplant here. Start off with that. Already running out of space. No. Away. Oh, it's the... Sorry, the dough from the focaccia. drop some stuff on the ground. That's fine. We'll get back to it. Floor fertilizer. I mean, this is all going to be fertilizer at some point here. I just did another turn of my compost today. We save a lot of our cardboard boxes, but I had saved, a little too many. So I put a bunch of cardboard through a paper shredder I got and put all the rest of it in the the paper shredder cardboard went into the compost, and then the rest of it went into the recycle bin. But yeah, a lot of fertilizer. Trying to hold on to as much nutrients as we can. Trying to keep the system closed, right? Things come in and we keep it here. And we enjoy it and recycle it. Use it again and again. All right, let's grab some of these off the floor. All right. And then we're just going to make nice thick rings. They shrink up a lot once you broil them. I kind of like them a little thicker. Just gonna put them out here. Sorry, listening to a song I like. You know what? I think these are actually even bigger cookie sheets than I had last time. Maybe we can get away with using one cookie sheet. Although I don't know. Thanks. I would say I grew it myself, but I didn't. I bought it. All right. Producer, time to produce. Bot leaving the chat. For some reason, I keep thinking you'd be chopping the brinjal long ways. You know, maybe that would actually be smarter. I don't know. You know what? That actually sounds like a smarter idea. Too bad we're not doing that this way this time, but long ways does sound better. There is an amount of making this where it like is about just taking eggplant and soaking it in garlic olive oil and then making lasagna with that. And so it is a bit overindulgent. Plus, I think the structure is a little more like together when you cut them in these rings, right? The ring like holds better, I feel like, than when it was if it was lengthwise. But you make a fair point. Perhaps long ways would represent noodles, like lasagna noodles too. So the form factor would be similar. I don't know. Peel correctly. How I'm not peeling correctly. That's what I was doing. Sorry, this is like irregularities in it, right? And the divots do not take kindly to the flat peeler. This can be turned down. And then we've got our supplemental eggplant. Ooh, that's definitely done. Okay. going to put that in a container to let it steam so we can pull the skin. You think they would fit in here? Eh. Probably. Can you remind me what is this called in English? Yeah, aubergine or eggplant. I believe in Europe they call them aubergine more. And then, yeah, in the United States they call them eggplants. We're in the Pacific Northwest. So here you would call it an eggplant. Brinjal, though, I had never heard that name for it. Interesting. All right, we're gonna make a bunch of garlic olive oil, and then we're gonna broil the shit out of this. Yeah, that's fine. You can always change it. All right. Peel. Senator, I'm Singaporean. Wonderful quote. I'm sorry our politicians are so dumb. It's because it's an unaccountable system. What do they call it? A gerontocracy. Doubling down on garlic today. Once again, time for oil. All right. Huh? For now. This will be for now. I'm not sure how much garlic I need, but thank you. And we've got our straight up Home Depot paintbrush. Gonna double check our garlic doneness over here for our confit. This is like almost squishy enough. Just a little more, and it'll be squishy enough. Grab the garlic itself and dab it onto stuff. Paintbrush to spread the oil, yeah. It's all the same. All right. In you go. All right. I think we're going to pull this off before we actually fry these. Yeah, these are the right consistency. Fork tender. So we're going to grab those, put them in a little dish for our focaccia. So now we've got garlic for the focaccia. This can be covered now. And we've also got oil for the focaccia, which means it's about time to do up. Actually, I need to let this come down to temp, so that way we don't inadvertently cook our focaccia. And then that'll go in a thing, and then we can make more in there for tomorrow. That's the rest of our eggplant. Uh-oh. Is that alright? I think it's just dried out. That's fine. You know what? I'm gonna go grab some fresh herbs. We don't need to cut away right now. It's fine. Just gonna leave this right here. I will be back in under a minute. Alright. Thank you for your patience. Got a pretty decent haul here. I've got some rosemary, some thyme, and some oregano, which will be great in our focaccia. We'll leave this back here. I'm going to turn this up to high broil. And I'm being impatient, so I'm going to put this in an ice bath. To just have done with it. Let's see. Does this fit in here? It sure will. Let's grab a couple of our big rocks here. Look at that. Perfect. Oh no, it's not perfect at all. Fuck. Actually, it's fine. It's fine. Whatever. Work your magic, ice. So in the video, he used a 12-inch. We'll just use this thing. Who cares? I sure don't. So basically we're going to put this in here, give it like 15, and then dock it with our herbs and our garlic, which I should probably be cleaning. We don't want to eat the flowers. We've got our herbs cleaned. Ooh, that's what we like to see. Not bad. Here, I'm gonna pour some of this on here. Just want to make sure to coat it. Now, with a wet hand, we should be able to grab this and put it over here. Just gonna pour it. You got it. You got it, buddy. All right. Oh, this is going to be great. I'm going to just try to work it out as much as we can. All right. We'll give it 15 minutes, kind of settle in its new shape, and then we'll work it kind of back out towards the corners again. We'll add some of our confit garlic and our herbs, and then give it like a better dock kind of looking thing. Let's put it over here where it's warm. It likes the heat, that's for sure. And this is cold enough. So. Ice bath worked. Woo! Awesome. Saving us some time. Works for me. All right. That was a good opportunity. Ooh, this is like, yeah. Look at this. This is what we like right here. This is what we like. Golden brown pieces of eggplant. Give them a flip. Yeah, perhaps you're right. Perhaps the longer sections. I'll try that out next time. Cut it long ways. That makes actually a lot more sense, just ergonomically. But, you know, gotta live and learn. I don't know. My parents are not Italian, and they're not from a culture with a lot of eggplants. They just happen to grow eggplants. Check this shit out, though, right? Oh, we need more oil. Oh, look at this. Fucking. We'll do another dab. This one doesn't need to be nearly as, you know, aggressive. But a little more. Great. Back in. All right, and then we can use this time to weigh out our next deal of foccacia. That doesn't matter. Who gives a shit? There we go. Just enough in the bottom to where it can survive. Until next time, sourdough starter. And then let me all the ingredients. I did not take a screenshot of the thing. Okay, we want 360 grams water, some sugar, olive oil, some Anton sugar. Oh, damn. And this is one of those recipes that really benefits from a lot of kneading, so I don't even care if it's hard to mix together, because it just means that it'll be better. Some sugar, some salt. Uh, 10 grams sugar. I think that's just to get the yeast going, because this recipe calls for active yeast as opposed to sourdough. But it's whatevs. Try not to change too many things if I can help it. Just grab a handful. Perfect. It's like 12 grams. Who cares? I sure don't. I'm sure we're going to want sugar for later. 12 grams salt. Pretty dead on with that one. And then how much oil did I ask for? 25 grams plus a quarter cup to oil the pan. Well, let me get more of this. All right, cool. So we're kind of doing this focaccia memento style. Fractured chronology. Whoa. What a concept. It's all right, though. And I think we wait 30 minutes. We do some strength building folds. We do that, repeat that 30-minute, do some folds like 3 or 4 times. And then it just goes in the refrigerator overnight. I made this other one this morning, so it sat in the refrigerator for good 5 or 6 hours. All right, so this can go. We'll just hook it over here. I'm not so sure we need our scale anymore. On top of the fernet that I got from this liquor store today, I also got this interesting deal of bitters I've seen in a couple cocktail videos. Bittermans. Ele Macule Tiki Bitters. So, oh, what the fuck? Oh. Okay. Does it not want to? Strange. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. A tropical blend of cinnamon, allspice, and island spices that is known as our tiki bitters. Fascinating. Something else to use. Ooh, so very close. Let's get a container or a dish that these guys can be happy in. This guy. All right. All right. These are looking pretty crispy. Toss them in here for later, for safekeeping. See, I wonder if I do it not in the rings, if they're gonna hold together as well, right? I don't know. don't want to burn this garlic. Right, so let's just get some of it off of here. We like the toasted garlic. We do not like the burned garlic. That's for sure. Okay, that's still hot. Man, these extra big cookie sheets are really handy. I remember having to make this in college, or not having to, but needing to do this as part of making this, and just having the shittiest rinky-dink little fucking cookie sheets. Oh, fucking sucked. I had to do like 4 sheets. 5 sheets. Took forever. Let's try to scoop that around. Steal more of this oil. All right. All right. Let's pull this. Here we're gonna take our fixins. I'm gonna use about half the garlic. Save the other half for the next one for tomorrow. We'll just give them gentle chop. We don't want to squish it, but we're happy it is squishable, right? Feels like I'm cutting like a gummy bear or something. Great, this is like exactly the consistency we want. these. All this rosemary. Keep looking at that last comment in OBS. And instead of senator, I'm Singaporean, I keep on thinking Singapore, I'm senatorian. A little bit of role reversal. Alright, I'm just gonna hack this to bits. No, I was gonna say. Okay. Alright, so we got fresh thyme, rosemary, and oregano. Pretty good. We're gonna kind of work this out. I'm just gonna kind of. I'm not sure if this is very professional amount of rise and stuff, but I don't know. We're trying to figure out. I'm not a baker, but I don't know. Feels like this wants some kind of bread to go with it. All right. I'm just gonna put it on this vent that's like really warm. We're just gonna balance it precariously because that's what you do with something you spend all day trying to make. And that's still going. Well, we've got some time here before the rest of the eggplant stuff is done. And then we can assemble a, we're doing a smaller eggplant lasagna today and a larger one tomorrow. So we'll assemble a small one today. So we're probably going to do something like this today, which is respectable. And tomorrow I got this big one. This is like one of my favorite purchases I've ever made. It was like back when money like meant something, and now it's all like just vaporware and like things that don't make sense. This was $30. This is such a great $30 to have spent. Oh man. So we'll make it in that tomorrow. In the meantime, while we're kind of less busy, still busy, Why don't we make one of these monkey glands? Apparently, around the late 1800s and early 1900s, there were multiple hucksters that became very famous for doing something specifically. And that something was putting animal testicles inside of other people's scrotums to try to cure their whatever that ails them. And so that is the namesake of this cocktail, apparently. The monkey gland originates in the early 1900s. Or in Paris, there was a guy who was putting monkey balls in people's balls. It's fucking weird. I don't know why they do it. So. So I've juiced oranges on here before, but I've never juiced mandarins. All right, we've got our little cocktail cutting board set up right now. And I believe we also need grenadine. First, though, let's get our juice of mandarin, and then we will adjust it to lemon. It's always fun. Feels wrong to cut a mandarin in half like that. I don't know why. Oh, shit. Oh, whoop. Maybe I judged a little incorrectly. I think we will clear out this area to flip our eggplants. Not too done though. Just what we want to see. Gonna move some of these that are more done off to the sides. And the ones that aren't as done can stay in the center. Dab some stuff. But I'll be sure to take pictures tomorrow of the bigger one, and I'll post it to our Instagram. It's the same handle as here. You check it out with the, what do they call them, commands? Sorry, I'm such a Twitch illiterate. Forgive me. All right. All right. Let's do our acid adjust here. We are just at 101 to 104 mils. So 104 mils to lemon, probably lemon because it's like a Parisian drink. Yeah, Paris, not Persian, Parisian. So 104. So let's do acid adjusted orange juice. I was thinking of adding a different amount of acid, but I think it should be just fine. 52 times 52 times 0.104. Yeah, 5.5. A little just under 5.5. All right. Five and a half grams citric acid. I like to steal the little pourer from the malic acid one because it helps for finer measurement. So we're at 2.5, almost 4. .4. Great. Oh, whoops. This guy stick over here. Okay. Oh, see, look, you can see all the bubbles starting to form now. Yeah, that's what we want to see. I would cover it in a towel, but the amount of times I've fucked up a deal of bread because I put a towel over it or I put it on a towel, it's too many times. So I don't care. Look, there's steam coming out over here. Look at that. It's being steamed as we speak. Look at the steam getting on it. So it's fine. It's not going to dry out. It's all good. All right. Quickly, before we need to make another deal of something. Oh, I had some fancy gadget wear I was going to do. Whatevs. I got a little sprayer bottle for this stuff, but I didn't pull it out of the Amazon thing, and I got to wash it. It's whatever. Next week we'll feature that, and I've also got like another dropper for a saline solution because I'm going to try to get better about that. Monkey gland. Monkey gland. It is 1.5 ounce gin, 1.5 ounce orange juice, grenadine, and absinthe. Okay. We'll just do a big old 2 ounce guy. And I'm actually going to cut back a little bit on the OJ. I'm not going to do equal parts because it's liable to outstrip because it is now strengthened to lemon status acid. We'll just polish off this deal of gin. It's all right. I got another one. And we'll probably go to like 1.5 ounce with this. Oh, you know what? I need to stop being such a jackass and actually mix things together. Just saw a bunch of acid sitting in the bottom of this thing. Perhaps we should actually mix it. Normally I put it in a little bottle so that way I can shake it up, but it's whatever. Alright. Deal of orange juice. How much grenadine? Let us see. It just says a teaspoon of grenadine. Okay, so just a skosh. And instead of rinsing the glass, I'm just going to shake it. Because now we're in sour territory. So I'm just going to add the little bit of absinthe straight to the thing. Just enough to where it's part of it. Yeah, that's actually probably great. But yeah, so instead of a stirred cocktail or a cocktail that's like strained and served up, we're going to do it more of a sour because the orange juice is actually sour now. Oh, and you know what? I forgot salt. And I think we're also needing to do stuff with our pulling this out, if I'm not mistaken, by the stuff that's coming up. Yeah. Sorry. Just trying to multitask. All right. So back to the monkey gland. We want a little bit of salt. If you salt your food, why don't you salt your drinks? Makes them taste better. Brings the flavors into focus. The monkey gland. Pretty good. I might need to work on it a little bit more to get it to the way I like it. But no, it's good. All right, are we thinking this is about ready? It's all bubbly. Yeah, I think it's about ready. All right, we need to bake then at how high does this go? Does this go to 550? Shit, well, it says it does. That's how hot they bake it on that radio bakery. So, and then go in at 550 for what is it, 15 to 18 minutes. We'll assemble a little eggplant lasagna. And then that'll go in and bake. Make up a quick salad, ensalada. Ooh, don't fall apart, please. No. Well, we didn't burn too much garlic, which is good. And we didn't burn any eggplant, which is good. And we didn't burn any garlic on any eggplant, which is good. So, I'd say success. I just hope these hold up till I need them for tomorrow for assembly. But, that's a tomorrow problem. I have made some of these a day in advance and then didn't cook them until like a day. But I pre-assembled them, but I'm not sure that would work out this time because I have no room in my fridge for that with everything else. And it's just a lot of stuff. I think it would be best to prepare and bake tomorrow. All right. Ooh, we're already at 500 degrees. Fuck yeah. It's pretty good. Monkey gland. I recommend. Although if you're doing it the way the recipe calls for with just OJ, maybe do like half orange juice, half lemon juice. Or you can acid adjust your orange juice to lemon. It's just take some citric acid and a Google search. So it's not too difficult. Oh shit. You know what I forgot about? These strength building folds. We're supposed to be building folds and strength in our community. What the hell am I doing? Alright. So you just kind of pull and slap it. And you do that until you get bored, basically. especially since we're not doing this with a mixer, right? So these stretch and folds are most of our gluten development. So it's, more is better in this case. We want a chewy bread. All right, 9:45 is the next set of folds. Maybe I don't close it. That's good. Still at 5:04. Curious. Fuck it. And then we're going to actually reuse this for the purposes of cooling off our guy. So it's going to go over here. And we're going to add a little rack onto it. You know what? Actually, let's just use it the same way we did the other guy. Brown. Boop. All right, and then we can use this and it'll go on there. Solid cocktail. I'm actually going to cover this back up. Perhaps we should assemble this guy. There, everything's on something else. Man, there's never enough room, is there? Fuck. Okay, well, we've got some ricotta cheese. We have mozzarella and more mozzarella and Parmesan. So ricotta goes in, mozzarella and Parmesan go on top. You know what? Yeah. We can assemble. And then we'll pull it out, and then we'll work on our salad. That works for me. All right. Let's grab this guy. So you always want to make sure you start with sauce on the bottom of your whatever you're doing, right? Because you don't want anything to stick. I believe ricotta is the old way of saying it, right? And it's one of those things where, the language keeps evolving, but as soon as it becomes like in print, it kind of freezes in a formal way. But then, for some languages like French especially, it just keeps changing. And they're always like fucking with it and changing stuff, which is, how culture works, right? Um, so ricotta is what they used to call it. And I believe the more appropriate name that you would hear someone call it um, today is rigot. So ka turns to ga, and the gets dropped. So rigot instead of ricotta. But yeah, this is basically, so you make mozzarella the first time around with the curds, and then you try to do it again, and you get ricotta. So the re is like again. I can't tell you what the gata. I gotta cheese out of this milk. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck it is. So, just gonna layer some of these on our thing. What's up?
It means recooked.
Recooked. Okay. Kata probably means, yeah, cooked. Recooked. Thank you, producer, with the clutch Google search. All right, let's grab this little. They almost kind of remind me of like fried plantains. And then we just kind of. Maybe I need another utensil to kind of smoosh it around. Damn, that fucking felt like a stone. All right, here. Let's use. Oh, this was for the acid adjust. We can just rinse that off. And then this spoon will be our spreading spoon. Just try your best, Doesn't have to be perfect. Try to get it to the corners, especially, right? Because if you make it all the corners, it's probably in the center. All right. Another ladle of sauce. Maybe a little more. Then we add our eggplant. Bit by bit. Oh, that's 2 pieces. Oh. Again, a couple pieces. This guy can go in the corner here. Oh, hey. Thank you for the follow. We're still trying to get affiliate status, so every follow is very helpful. Much appreciated. I hope you found something you're looking for. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. It's a bit hot in here because I've been running the oven the whole time while running the stovetop, but it's fine. We have libations. How about yourself, Sandro? I see you like Italian cuisine. Fine, thanks. Yes, I love Italian cuisine. Our sauce here is made with tomatoes I canned earlier, or late last year. Um, and this is all homegrown herbs, thyme, rosemary, oregano. Yeah, just trying to make real stuff. That's what we're here for. Grande Amigo. Oh, finally hit the 550 mark. We've got some focaccia in the oven right now that we're making. And I confit some garlic. So it should be pretty good with all the fresh herbs and everything. Just trying to get the distribution. Great friend in Italian. Okay. Amico is friend. Okay. Oh, I guess amigo. Amico. Okay. Fun. Are you Italian? Ah, fun. Cool. Well, yeah, we do a lot of Italian stuff around here. We do a lot of Latin cuisine, Asian cuisine. Just trying to go out there and find real deal stuff. Do a lot of it's too late to see back behind me through that window, but there's a bunch of raised beds back there. I do a lot of gardening, and this past fall I canned probably 20 quarts of San Marzano tomatoes. Made a bunch of pesto that's in the freezer. You know, all that stuff. And we're growing radicchio this year. I'm excited to try that out. Yeah, a bunch of good stuff. So. Oh, it's coming together, dude. It looks good. Where are you from? We're in the Pacific Northwest. We're in the United States. Focaccia looks really fucking good. All right. Burning my eyes off, though. Ugh. All right. Cheese. Next step. Wow, USA. Cool. Yeah, yeah. Hey, I watched this video about it's not exactly like a meat, but it's like a mixture of peppers and pork fat. What do I think of pineapple on pizza? Um, I think pineapple can go on pizza. As a person from Italy, you're probably going to say that's a thing that isn't appropriate. I think the whole Hawaiian pizza thing is like a complete misunderstanding. Because the word Hawaiian in that in Hawaiian pizza does not mean pizza from Hawaii. It means the brand of pineapples that the Greek man in Detroit who invented the kind of pizza were Hawaiian brand pineapples. It says nothing about Hawaii at all. Those were just the brand of canned pineapples he used, and that's what he named the pizza. So I think a real Hawaiian pizza would probably look way different. Like, who knows what a Hawaiian pizza is, right? But a Hawaiian brand pineapple pizza from Detroit is pineapple and Canadian bacon. Like for real. Like if it was a Hawaiian pizza, you would at least have Spam on it instead of Canadian bacon. So it's one of those things where, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's one of those things where it's like it ends up being this like internet memeable something or other, and it's a fair question, but I think there's some context that's kind of missing. And I think it would be fun to try to figure out like what would a Hawaiian pizza be. Like you could, at the very least, you could sub the Spam in. Um, but like I don't know, there's like a lot of interesting, you know, Pan Asian cuisine that runs its way through Hawaii that like could be pizza worthy. I don't know. So in that context, I think a pineapple could definitely go on a pizza. We can't understand the pineapple subscription with sauce and bacon. I think in its existing form, Hawaiian pizza, as we know it to be, is mid at best. I think it kind of sucks. I think if you wanted to make the pineapple better, you would probably like char grill it and then put it on the pizza and get a little bit of that char on it. You know what I mean? And you would use fresh pineapple instead of like canned little pineapple pieces. So, yeah, it's kind of a, I don't know. I'm sure you can make it work. I'm sure I could make it work. All right. Cheese for on top of this thing. I had a grater. Where did it go? Here it is. For us, it's not normal, but to each his own on food. Yeah, you know, it's totally understandable that it would not be normal. I totally get you. It is very much not a conventional flavor. Do you have anything in Italy that you would put on a pizza that is like kind of more sweet or acidic like that? That fulfills that role? Like honestly, it's probably because the world is beautiful because it is varied. For sure, you know, it's a very charitable interpretation for sure. I appreciate your optimism. I mean, I guess the sauce itself with like real good tomatoes is the sweet component. So maybe that's the part that's the sweet thing. Like the tomatoes I grow, they taste so much better than the stuff you can get in the store for sure. So it's just like one of those things where maybe the sweet is already covered, but we just don't know because we don't get good tomatoes here, unless you make them yourself. But I will always be convinced that Italian food is unsurpassed. I'm sorry. You know, it's good to have pride in your stuff, and it is a very good contender for sure. I think here in America, at least by consensus, I think you guys are probably beat out by Mexican cuisine. Um, but not by much. All right, so we've got ourselves. Oh, and we are probably sitting at 18 minutes for our focaccia. So I really need to be checking on it. All right, it's starting to get a really nice deep browning on top. Sorry, there's a little bit of grated carrot on top. Pardon my messiness. We have an incredible variety of food. Just look at the pasta. Here there are infinite ways to make it, for sure. So here in America, I've noticed over the past like 5 or 6 years that like vodka cream sauce or vodka tomato, um, was that a thing you noticed before in Italy and it just kind of made its way around? Or was it a thing that like kind of picked up steam on the internet and just kind of hit the world at the same time? Because people like vodka sauce a lot more now than they ever have, at least from the internet perspective. It was not a common thing before on the internet, at least. I don't know. All right, so we got some Parmesan. Get some. Okay, so this is pretty much assembled. Yeah. Penne vodka. Was that always a thing in Italy? Or is it like a newer thing? And then the internet just picked it up. It's an 80s recipe. Okay, yeah, for sure. All right. Alcohol is a wonderful solvent, and so it makes sense that it would be helpful in extracting flavor. And I understand it that carbonara was like a post World War II thing. Meat flavored with wine is a spectacle. Well, that's what we got in here. This is made with Italian sausage and then a mirepoix of sorts. Hold the celery and add pepper, garlic, and then tomato paste, a bunch of seasoning, and then deglaze with red wine, and then add our canned tomatoes and passata. I also made my own passata, so yeah, we do the real deal around here. And then when I run out of stuff, I got these guys. So white wine in the case of red meat. You guys use white wine with red meat? Huh. That's a bit counter to what I've heard. White wine with red meat. I gotta make sure I don't burn this focaccia. We've got maybe a minute or two more. White wine with red meat. See, I always thought like white meat with white wine and red wine with red meat, right? But I did make a coco vin recently for the first time. Well, I guess recently, as in like a couple months ago. And that's like chicken with red wine. And my family made like a chicken with like port cream sauce. But I've never really had like a expressly red meat white wine dish. Or you mean like pairing wine with meat? Or do you mean like cooking wine and meat? Sorry if I misunderstand. Jesus Christ, this thing is... I suction cupped this thing together. It doesn't want to... Jesus Christ. I fucked it up. We gotta break the seal somehow. Buttermilk is probably the best way. Least invasive. Sure. Oh no. There we go. You can hear it. Alright. So we got a couple extra eggplant in here that I was going to make baba ganoush sort of thing. Don't worry, when you simmer red meat, you do it with white wine. Okay. Interesting. Alright. Well, I'm sure this won't be the best bread you've seen, probably even today, but I do have some focaccia that is ready to come out of the oven. So, something. Baba is good stuff. Finally, you make something I've done. Long. Well, I'm gonna use a baba ganoush kind of as a template for like a salad dressing. And then the ingredients is gonna kind of be more like jardiniere. So it's gonna be kind of somewhere between jardiniere and baba ganoush. Sounds like something. Could be tasty. That part's kind of more improvisational. We're working on it. Just haven't had a lot of time so far this stream to work on it because I've been trying to get everything else. And just loosen this up. God damn. There's like one little fucking something somewhere. Doesn't want to let go. There it is, right? It's like there. Come on. Maybe the bottom could have used a little more. It's like pretty golden, but it's not super like, I don't know. For eggplant lasagna, it's one of the first things I tried on the fly with no recipes, just throwing things together. Nice. Sounds interesting. All right. There we go. Focaccia. I hope this is Italian enough for you. Just kind of leave this open for a little bit. I'm actually going to use a colander with these eggplants. Now that they're all nice and strained. Or nice and, steamed. Instead, the whites to pair when you eat meat depend on many things. Okay. Sure. Shoot. I'm somewhat knowledgeable about wine. All right. I want this space. So I'm going to grab some of these little cork guys. Trivets. And we'll make some space over here. Look something up. I'm not sure if this is down to 350 yet. Yeah, sure. Fuck it. 350, 375, something like that. I'll put this in. I don't care. A lot of times, it depends on what I want to drink. You know, that's fair. Fair enough. All right. We just got this in the oven. My favorite Italian dish. I mean, this last year, this is the first time I've been in a place where I can actually do some real gardening. And we ate caprese salad every day for like months. So that's probably my favorite. It doesn't sound, super extravagant, but there's something about picking your own tomatoes off the vine and not even washing it and just cutting it up and making a salad out of it. And it just tastes amazing. So that's what I'd have to say. Pardon me. I have to go to the restroom. So producer will send me off for a little bit, but I'll be back in a couple minutes. Oh. back from the restroom. We're going to try to put together a salad out of some stuff. Let's start with peeling our eggplants here and getting the flesh in a blendable receptacle. Sorry if I can't see chats right now. It's kind of hard to do this facing forward. But it shouldn't take too long. All right. Here's our blendable eggplant. All right. Get some blendable eggplant. I'm actually going to take the compost back over here so we can add this to the compost so as not to throw it away or send it down the drain. Grab our immersion blender and try to make a dope-ass sauce out of this. And then we'll try to match it up to some stuff. Let's see, the immersion blender. My immersion. Whoa. Oh, hey, Sandro, I don't know if you're still here, but I do have a Ranchilio Silvia as well. So I am a Italian nophile about the espresso. Forgot about that. I love that espresso machine, though. So we haven't had a lot of Italians on stream so far. Roasted eggplant here. Let's huck the rest of this olive oil and garlic into it. Let me see if I have any. Do we have any? Aha! Pine nuts. Cue up some pine nuts. I was thinking tahini, but that's a little like out of pocket. Everything's so like in the same kind of zone. So let's just try it like this. So I want to add, let's see. Fish sauce. Gotta add some fish sauce to this for sure. There's like no salt in this right now, and I think fish sauce is our best candidate. And let's add Sorry, I need to rinse out my. Woo. I want to add some chili flake to it. Oh shit. Don't exactly have time. Okay, let's add some. Whoa. The fuck? No, we don't want that. Some crushed red chilies. Alright. Let's go back in with the blender and then we'll taste it and see what it's like. pretty fucking good. I just wish I cooked it over like an open flame so it was a little smokier. Damn, do I have any smoky stuff? Shit, I don't really even have any like harissa or anything. No, I really don't have any smoky stuff. That sucks. Nope. Big fat nah. Let's go on. I feel like I'm missing something. I think it needs like more salt. Something that like not bassy enough about it. Use the smoking dome. Okay. Sure. You know what? Fuck it. Let's use the smoking dome. But which smoking dome, dough? That's a good idea, though. Did we put the... Oh, shit. Here it is. The dome. The Doug Dimma Dome. I guess you could have used that when the eggplants were still... It's whatever. Better late than never. Alright, where the fuck is the butane torch? Always experimenting. Alright. Here we go. Smoke time. I'm gonna make myself another one of these monkey glands. Let's go for that. All right. Let's see. We want a big rock. Couple ounces of our acid-adjusted orange juice. It said a teaspoon, but we're just gonna go with, just a little skosh of grenadine. We're going to keep the absinthe where it was, so like that's plenty. And then we're going to grab our new bottle of gin. A little bit of salt. And a couple ounces of gin. Genever. I guess it's not Genever, but you know, gin. The stuff that gets you there. Ooh-wee, that's looking pretty fucking good. Whoop. All right, monkey gland number 2. Yeah. Yes, sir. That little bit of extra grenadine really holds everything up. Because there was lower amount of grenadine last time because it was it was predicated on the idea that you were using regular orange juice. There we go. That's much closer to like a sour sort of framework. And we smoked our, not baba ganoush, but roasted eggplant. Again, being very forgetful and neglecting of my newest focaccia. I'm going to do some strength building folds. It's fine. I think it's just as long as you wait the amount of time at least, or around that amount of time, and then you spend enough time doing these strength building folds. I don't think it'll matter. I don't think 30 minutes is so crucial. I think it's minimum 30 minutes. So if it's 45 minutes, then that's fine too. All right. Looking good in the neighborhood. All right. This stuff. There we go. That's a lot closer to where I want it to be. I still think it should be like, you know what, fuck it. Who cares? What we should be doing is trying to pitch this salad together and then adjusting it from there. trying to perfect a salad dressing if I haven't made the salad before, right? So let's try and get some of these ingredients in here. So this whole salad is like a jardiniere, kind of aping a jardiniere. So I've got some cauliflower, I got bell pepper, I got carrots. Not typical, I got some arugula, because I love arugula. Just going to add like a pepper. And then we've got all those fresh herbs. Is there anything else? There's some feta here. That might be good. Might be a good deal. So we'll experiment our hearts out. Butcher this, but quick dice. Some cauliflower. Save some of the stem. Waste not, want not, after all. Get the outside shaved off, and that's all good stuff on the inside. To brown up, the lasagna is. We hate stickers on our produce here. Stickers are dumb. They're not helpful for anyone. They just get into your compost and they make everyone mad. So. We got some carrots here. Let me grab a couple of these. Blah. Too many things. Too many places. Fuck yeah. Maybe that'll go right there. That's fine. We're just gonna put these guys in here. I'm not gonna add celery. I don't care if it's a jardiniere salad and it doesn't have celery in it. Celery is dumb unless you pickle it or you cook it. Raw celery. No, thank you. Oh, here, give me a sec. Sorry, camera does that from time to time. We were sold a false bill of goods. I was assured that this camera was perfect for streaming, and it turns out it has several faults that were not addressed in any of the videos I watched about the camera. So That's unfortunate. All right. Tastes fucking good. Let's add our arugula. Wash out this guy that had eggplant in it. We can use it for that. Or actually, we have a salad spinner. What am I thinking of? Oh, man. Using the salad spinner. Maybe I should have roasted those pine nuts. I don't know. It's smoky, but I kind of like that almost burned pine nut flavor. Ooh, so very close to being finished. Should probably pull it out right about now. Perfect. Look at that. Beautiful. All right, we'll let that liquid magma cool off. Try to get this salad in some sort of presentable form here. Should I just huck this all in the big bowl? Maybe that's what I should be doing here. Drastic times call for drastic measures. Oh no. Yeah, I don't think this is good anymore. Unfortunate. Yeah, there's some bad spots on it. Fuck, that was gonna be my saving grace. Fucking Christ. God damn it. Damn. We can always grate Parmesan on it. I got a couple things I can do. We don't want to. Let's do. Perfect companion. Good point. I got some sun-dried tomatoes. In a bag here somewhere. Here they are. Chop up a handful of these. Should make some things better. I don't want to get the rest of that stuff in there. And then we should grate some more of that Parmesan into it. And probably then we move to adding some flavor. Oh, hey! Uncle Stinky is here, and we got a follow. Woo! Thank you for following. We're still trying to get our affiliate status. So every follow is very helpful. We are very appreciative. Thank you. Sun-dried tomatoes surely will up the ante. Add some balsamic vinegar. I think maybe some sweetness might be helpful. And we have half a head of romaine lettuce. I might just shred up. Add. It might be what is called for this guy. You definitely do that. Parmesan. Let's start with this though. That bread looks great. What's up, everybody? People coming back. Yeah. Thank you for. The only thing we could improve on is the underside of the bread. We didn't have like a pizza stone or nothing, and so it takes a while for the heat to get through the metal. But yeah, focaccia. We got our eggplant lasagna right here. Gonna make a bigger one tomorrow for Dungeons and Dragons. But this is the one for today. Grab a taste here. The flavor's pretty good. I'm gonna add this romaine. Huh? What's up? Oh, I'm being rated. Woo! What's up, everybody? Give me a second. I'm trying to finish washing off this romaine lettuce, but I appreciate being rated. It is very enlightening, or uplifting, rather. Sometimes I'm in here and we're just rocking it on our own. Lately, though, we've had some people, which is really great, and yeah. It's exciting to have more people. Always wonderful. Today we made eggplant lasagna and some homemade focaccia. And then I'm trying to improv kind of a roasted eggplant salad dressing, salad-y sort of thing. There's some cauliflower and bell pepper and carrot and arugula. Sorry, I can't look at the screen right now. But I need to finish this. And then I'll be able to turn around and thank people in turn. Yo, yo. Hattie, hattie. The scariest kitten. Or the sarcastic kitten. I'm sorry, I'm blind as hell. I'm so blind. And very distracted. But thank you, everyone, for being here. Sarcastic kitten. God, blah. I need to upgrade my prescription. But yeah, we're working on stuff here. I got this eggplant lasagna I made. And we made it with a sauce, homemade sauce. Thank you for all the follows. Sarcastic Kitten, Firelight Kyrie, and Galactic Gardens. Wonderful. Yeah, I canned some tomatoes that I grew this past fall. And so we use that for tomato sauce here, with some Italian sausage and some wine for deglazing. A lot of seasoning, good stuff. And we made some homemade focaccia with the sourdough starter, and I confit some garlic, and I might have to find a second dinner now. Homegrown and homemade, yes, yes, always. Yeah, I do a lot of gardening, so it's kind of part and parcel. I was doing some gardening earlier today. Working on my compost pile and all that stuff. It's not super glamorous, but it's good. Trying to take as many of the boxes that come to our house and turn them into compost. So we try our best. So close to being on point. Even the salad is looking yummy. I don't eat salad, so should probably eat something. Haha. Well, this salad started off with some eggplant that I roasted, and then peeled, blended up with some pine nuts and garlic and olive oil and fish sauce and stuff. Yeah, so I do Dungeons and Dragons every week on Fridays, so I try to prep a bunch of food the day before. So I basically have, the salad and some of this bread and stuff prepped and things. And we do some cocktail stuff. So the cocktail this week was a monkey gland. Which includes a tidbit of history. Kind of interesting. I guess there was a period of time in the late 1800s and early 1900s where a common medical practice was to put an animal's testicle in a man's testicles. And that's where the monkey gland drink comes from, during the early 1900s in Paris. I believe this drink was made. But weird. Anyways, we got this tasty salad. I think I might start plating up some stuff here. This isn't so molten anymore. So let's plate some stuff up. Yeah, let's do that. Sorry. There's too many things, not enough places for things. As always. But almost everything has been made. So there's that. And I stream every Thursday at 6:30. We make a full, basically dinner party's worth of food for the next day. A lot of prepping stuff. So as you can see, there's extra eggplant here that I'm not using, and some extra garlic because I'm going to make more focaccia. So yeah, it's a lot of good prep work. If you ever wanted to throw a dinner party, you could watch one of these streams and just try to copy me as best you can. I try to highlight when I follow recipes, and they're very Googleable. So anyways, let's get some of this stuff going. And we have a lovely producer who is with us every week. Sitting shotgun. We are terrible and eat fast food for the majority of our meals because we don't really have time to cook at home. Well, there's always like different kinds of things. I try to fill up a full stream. Otherwise, I mean, most of the time I make food that doesn't take nearly as long as this. Um, and like it's hard to see, but out back I have a smoker, an offset smoker, and I do a lot of grilling. And we make like our own spice rubs and stuff here, and a lot of things that end up actually not taking that long once you have everything set up. But it's all right though. You know, we don't need to be all making extravagant meals for every meal every day. Most of the week I just eat yogurt and like lentils and eggs and stuff and salad and just try to whoa. Dang. Okay. Still looks semi-molten. But yeah, eggplant lasagna is a guilty pleasure of mine. My parents did a lot of gardening, and so we would always have that sort of thing. Let's hack off a corner of this guy. So we got our focaccia here. You know, a little greasy, but that's what focaccia is supposed to be. Good, nice crumb, right? You can see the open. Yeah, chewy. Roasted garlic. And our eggplant lasagna. Want to try and not burn my mouth on it. Hold up, I need a smoking stream. At least the prepping part. I'll do more smoker stuff for sure. Ah, man, that never gets old. No, we just got to figure out how to film it better because it's out there, so it's like kind of hard to see. But we'll do some smoking stuff for sure, especially once the summer gets on. I want to do a lot of that stuff. And we got this salad. This one was a little impromptu. But it's good. It's different. I haven't had a salad like this before. Trying to turn baba ganoush. Yeah, great to meet you. Have a good night. Thank you for the raid and the follows. It's all very helpful. We're still trying to get our affiliate. So this is like a baba ganoush salad sort of thing. Kind of interesting. Just 2 away. Yeah, we just got a couple more. But I think that's all we got for tonight. Thank you for the raid. We're here every Thursday at 6:30, and I'm trying to set up another sort of stream. I can only do this cooking thing once a week. Woo! One more! Awesome. Thank you. Ready, Panda, go. Awesome. Thank you very much. And yeah, we're very close. And I just need to set up this other stream setup where I also play music and I do some music stuff. And I'm just trying to get my my music room streaming sort of setup going. So once we can do both of those, I should be doing at least 1.5 times a week, almost twice every week. So we'll see. Anyways, I've been cooking here for 4.5 hours, so it's about time I leave. Anyways, I hope you guys found what you're looking for. Tune in next Thursday, 6:30. We have an Instagram too. Check that shit out. Peace.